Hello, everybody. Back today to play some SIRALIM. I had decided to sort of use this game as a filler for whenever I have some free time outside of normal streaming hours, but also I decided to just give it to our Sundays. So we'll be doing SIRALIM Sundays, as well as whenever I feel like playing this off hours and streaming. So but this is SIRALIM Sunday. Now, I have been playing this for the past like hour and a half. So I actually just went back to the menu here. I'm planning out a new team. I almost finished it up, the planning stage at least, before we started here. As you can see in my save, I'm an evoker right now because I was just checking out some of the specializations that I might use for the new team. And this was actually the first one that I checked, and immediately I had to make a couple adjustments because I do think I want to use this one. I've also done some decorating here, and I've changed our background music. I don't know if I can turn that down, it's a little loud. There we go. So things around here may look a little different. Most of it is about the same. This area is largely the same. I gave the dwarves a table here. Tried to put almost all of my plushies up. Anyways, we'll take a tour in a second. Yeah, so right now I've got a party of occultists on me. I'm actually going to go put them away, because we don't need them right now. But I do want to... Did I do this? Yeah, I did. Okay. Yeah, let's just switch. Swap. We're just going to go back to the abominations until I have the stuff that I need for that team, which I will also go over momentarily. Defiler. Okay. Nope, that's not right. I don't like that when you change your specializations. It seems to give you the party you had when you swapped. I guess that is convenient, but not if you're not prepared for it. Okay, swap. Abominations. There we go. Okay, so just for a basic rundown on what I'm planning. This is the team that is going to use the trait from that chimera that I've been talking about for a while now. The Valor Chimera. Valiant Heart. So it's when they attack or cast... they attack and cast an additional time for each creature with the same secondary fusion fighting on your side. So the plan is to have everybody with... they're all going to be an occultist of some kind, and then their secondary fusions are all going to be the same, and they're all going to be, I decided, Skyward Vulpes. So this is the creature's first 3 non-ethereal damaging spell gems have a 50% chance to be cast automatically at the start of the battle. So the plan is just to front load a ton of damage, like our first team, which used the Terra Vulpes here, which is the same ability, but it applies to the entire team, but it's only a 20% chance to go off. Each of them is going to have this, but they're also going to be casting 6 additional times. So they'll have a 50-50 chance for each of their first 3 damaging spell gems to cast each of them 6 times. So what I need to go out and do is get more of these. I only have the 1 right now that I just summoned, so we gotta go get 5 more of these. And they spawn at the Temple of Lies and Blood Grove, so we'll either pick one of those and just go there until we get enough, or we'll swap between them. So yeah, that's the idea. And then it's going to be occultists with their sigil. I'll go over the details of all that later. I was planning on not Grommet. I was planning on fusing one of them with Tamir Margot, our avatar here. Makes their ultimate spell gems unsealable and they don't consume charges, and it gives us immunity to silenced. But I was just looking through that evoker class and it gives the party immunity to silenced, so really all that would be doing is giving us the ultimate spells wouldn't consume spell gems, which would only make a difference for the 1 creature that had them. And it would be denying us an extra cast and attack, because that was going to be one of the second fusions. So now we can just do 6 Skyward Vulpuses and get the full bonus out of it. So anyways, that was all stuff I was just looking into and trying to make decisions about right before I started. I wanted to do all that off stream, so because it took me like I said, an hour and a half to go through the bestiary, figure out exactly which things I wanted to try out and all that. So anyways, let's take a quick tour. I have been playing for longer than an hour and a half. It was just that's what I was doing. The other time I was decorating here, so take a small tour. I got a big turtle here. Oh, I didn't know you could walk through that. Can you walk through these? No. You can walk through the turtle. Okay. Let's go up here. I just made some slight additions here. A lot of plushies added in there. Some banners. This thing's new. Got a familiar plushie and a sleeping familiar back there. Added an Imler to hang out with the Imling. Or the vice versa. The other way around. I forget which of these is which. Imler? Imling? I think the smaller ones are probably the Imlings. I put our different locations up here, so when we go to... It's not very fancy out here, but this is just where we go to do different quests, missions. You can see outside of some of these, I put all those little magma pillars out there. I put some little plushies on some of them. Down here, I started actually decorating. I only went as far down as here. What are you doing way down here? I had a lot of extra plushies here that were very like poison themed. So I put them by that thing. A little sleeping dragon out there. And then, oh, this guy that's new? Don't walk through me. Honey the fun guy. My cousin is a top athlete. He is great at sports. And then in here we have our treasure room. This is where the... Oh. Hold on. This is where the trial, Goblet of trials is. Unfortunately, I can't seem to click on that here. Oops. Technical difficulties. Goblet of Trials. Move this. Okay, that should work. There we go. Sorcerer. Yeah, and here's where our treasure golems got off to. And then finally, they added this is sort of our temple room here. Got the altar with the different classes on it. And here's our reliquary. Got a plush of Reclusa hanging out in this tree. It's kind of hard to see. Yeah, that was about it. As a result, though, it does seem like our load times got a lot longer coming in here. Well, I saw that at the beginning. It was taking a while. Anywho, let's get out there. I am going to drop instability to 0 because I want to increase our odds of actually getting the Vulpus. So, we don't want any random things cluttering it. So it said Temple, no. It was the Bloodgrove and something of the Lost? What was that? Not Temple of Lies. Might have to check that again. I don't... Huh. Really don't see what that was. Skyward Vulpus. Oh, yeah, it is Temple of Lies. Okay. Let's go to the Temple of Lies. Yeah. One of the other secondary fusions I was considering was a Ruby Carbuncle, which had a trait that made it so your creatures get, I think it's 5% more intelligence for each spell that's been cast in the current battle. I figured we could get a lot of intelligence off of that, but I really just want to get those front-loaded casts off. Did I not change? Oh. Okay, well. I meant to change the instability. I think I did before, but then we backed out of it. Oh, we gotta... all over the place right now. Yeah, extra defense, extra nemesis, strong against sorcery. You know what? We can do this, I just don't want to. These load times are a little too long. Now that we've made these adjustments. Come on. Alright. Let's try that again. Yeah, it was on 3. 0. Temple of Lies. So yeah, we just need to run through here. As long as we encounter a Skyward Vulpus at each time we go through here, and then summon it after. And then repeat that 5 times. We should be good. I should go fast too without the instability on. I haven't done a spellcaster heavy setup yet, so that's why I opted to do occultists over some of the other options I was looking at. There were a lot of attack oriented. There's a skyward. Attack oriented options out there. And ideally, like if we really wanted to make the most of the Chimera trait that we're kind of building around, we would do both attacks and spells, but I just opted to do spells for this one. Make it a little more straightforward. We can always try different teams built around that Valiant Heart trait. But for this one, I want to do spells. Once we have the team together, we're going to have to pick out some spell gems. Originally, I was just going to make it sorcery based because the occultists have a number of traits that give us certain benefits when we cast sorcery spells. But if we're doing the evoker specialization, which I'm pretty sure I'm going to do, they actually benefit from casting, or at the very least having, all kinds of different spell gems. Like the evoker actually allows you to equip spell gems that are not the same as your creature's class. So there's no restrictions on that. You don't have to change the class of the spell in order for them to equip it. So that was pretty cool. And then they also get advantages for having gems outside of their class and having multiple different classes of gems and so on. So, but I think they'll largely be sorcery based. We should be able to give them a bunch of spell gems. I don't know. A lot of that stuff, like I said, I literally was just reading as I was about to stream, so I didn't get a thorough look at it, but we'll look at all that stuff later. Gemling Master. Qbert. Gemlings are as strong as they are gorgeous. They can power up other creatures' spell gems to make them a force to be reckoned with. Let me show you in a duel. I do remember fighting these with that carbuncle boss. Thankfully, they don't have that thing's trait here that makes them cast 5 spells when they die. If all the creatures in your parties are gemlings, they can equip spell gems from any class. Okay, so that's something the evoker just lets you do automatically. It's also, I think I talked about it already, but the reason I didn't want to do Tamir Murgo in here is because the evoker just lets you do the stuff I was interested in getting from him, so I wanted to do a team that incorporated one of the new avatars that we've picked up. So it actually started with him. Because it seemed like he might be good with the Chimera trait there. And then I was trying to decide whether I wanted to do occultists or grimoires. But the... Wow, are we done already? The grimoires had the sigil where... Ooh, completed 2 projects. Their stuff can't be silenced, and I think... I forget what the other one was. They don't consume charges? Maybe? And it just seemed redundant on when we had Tremere. Alright, let's turn these in. We got an experiment done, forage done, and we're just gonna start those again. 25% more loot. And we have to summon our Vulpus. That's 2 out of 6. Right back in. I would like to take a glance at some of the other caster classes, just in case there was anything there that might be better than Evoker, but I sort of doubt it after looking through the list. I wanted to do something that would give us advantages to casting many spells at a time. And the Evoker description actually described getting more powerful the more times you cast spells. They even have one for casting, or increasing, I think, damage for any spells that are continuously cast in succession. Stuff like that. So, again, I doubt there's going to be something better for us there. But who knows? I would really like to... Oh. I would really like to go back to the Gate of the Gods and get some more of them. Because their traits are pretty sweet. It seems like you could build some teams around some of their different traits. And I'd love to see what the options are. There's a whole bunch of them, so... Plenty more work to be done there. It's also a nice way to get emblems. For a while there, we were trying to get like 50 for the God spawn that you can get from them, but I feel like I'm probably just gonna use the Gate of the Gods to get emblems for those now. Assuming the god is easy enough to fight. Like, we fought Muse last night and she absolutely demolished us before the first turn started. she was only on level 5, so I don't know about grinding that out. I don't think we've seen a Skyward Vulpes here yet. Unfortunately. Really haven't seen a lot of Vulpeses in general here. Might have to go to the Blood Grove, maybe we'll find more. Did I not pick up a key? I thought I had a key for this. Nope. Evidently not. Nope. Can we summon them? Probably not. No, we only have Decaying and Terra. Unfortunately. That would make it a lot easier. Yeah, my goal was really to get a solid idea of what I wanted the team to be before I started streaming, so we could just start doing the work to get it together. Just barely sort of made it. It's one of those ruby carbuncles. Oh, purple banner. No, just a normal dungeon. Still haven't found a Skyward. Did I talk to this? Nope. Okay, he's got the gemlings. Buff we have Sheldon Arcane. Okay. Nothing. Yeah, we really don't see a lot of Vulpes here. Seems like it's mostly, well, these golems, shapeshifters, dragons. And what are these guys called? Dude's in the middle there. Paragons. That was rude. I have a lot of fun with that panic attack. Especially when our team is kitted out with all of those cast on attack gems. Get all those opportunities to cast a bunch of debuffing effects. One's taking a while. Gotta be... What is this guy's deal? Oh, everyone's taking half damage. That would do it. There we go. Alright, looks like we didn't find one this time. Let's open that chest. And find the teleporter. Oh. Sad about these increased load times. Before decorating, it was almost instantaneous. But like all of these diamond tiles and stuff are custom placed, so probably loading all of these. I think there's hundreds of them here. Probably slowing it down. We can try the Blood Grove. I don't know if it'll make a difference on whether or not we find them more commonly. Problem is we have so many racial variants now that even if we do find Vulpuses, not guaranteed to be the ones we want. There's a Vulpus, but not the one we need. No Vulpuses. Oops. Well, I guess we're doing a boss fight. Ceaseless Gladiator. Another easy meal has found its way into my abode. Worry not, I will make this quick. I don't remember this guy. Wow. Okay. Well, he died. These guys are not wanting to die. Going a little slow. Come on. Alright, just you. There we go. Benedict, the Vulpus Master. Vulpuses are fantastic spellcasters who prefer to do all the heavy lifting at the very start of the battle. In other words, I'm probably going to win this battle before you get a chance to make a move. Farewell. Hey, there's one. We can just keep fighting this guy. Get a bunch of these. Those were some big health boosts. Looks like we took damage, but that was our max health increasing. If all the creatures in your party are Vulpuses, their innate traits now affect the first 5 non-ethereal spell gems they have equipped. Gross. Alright, well we got our 3rd Skyward Vulpus. That'll put us halfway. This will be our first team with matching secondary fusions. I'm sure that's somewhat rare. We're only doing that because of that specific trait. Yeah, but that'll be different. Oh, there's another Skyward. It's too bad that we can't get like extra summoning juice with them. So we could summon a few of them. Hoping to finish up our prophecies today. The one we have now is maybe not one that I'll keep similar ones like so specifically what I mean is we have the 2 forage missions, 2 experiments, and 2 raids. Plus we have arena battles and dumplings. And divination candles. I mean, we could do the candles, but these just take a long time. It's probably faster to just ignore them, turn it in, and then start a new one. But I want to do it this one time at least to really get an idea of just how long it takes to finish a rune like that. Alright, we gotta be close to done here. Let's see if we have any of the occultists that we can summon here. Ideally one that I want to use on the team. Nope. Not a one. Okay. We'll summon our third Skyward Vulpes and come right back. There we go. Skyward. Rank D. What rank does it need to be before you can summon it? Is it C? Must be. Oops. Look here. Yeah, you can... Oh, we could do the hunt, but no, it's gonna take way too long. We are getting close to being able to summon these. I don't know that we'll get there before we're actually finished, but who knows? Just seeing if... I was trying to remember if we had the mastery sigils for all the creatures at either of those places. Evidently we did not have the Vulpes one. And we did just get the gemlings at the Temple of Lies. I'm just thinking if we've just completed all of the different ones, there's a chance we'll fight that master again, where the Vulpes is. Yeah, so that must have been the last one we needed here, because now we're back to the centaurs. Oop. Got scorned. considered for the new team doing the unicorns and potentially and or the centaurs, because both of them have on-attack triggers that really benefit from attacking multiple times. But we have this team here, and we've been making a lot of use of attack trigger stuff, so I really wanted to do something different. Not just more attack trigger shenanigans. But that does seem fun as well. The unicorns had a mastery sigil that gives them 2 extra attacks as well. So it'd be 8 additional attacks. Unholy augmentation, isn't that death? I feel like I've used that. I forget what the centaur sigil did, but I think I decided that unicorns might be a better option. Still no skyward. We're finding Vulpuses pretty regularly, though. Wow. Nope. I wonder if there's a God spawn master. Ooh, a bed. I wonder if there's a mastery sigil you can get for God spawn. You would think, right? Because it's a race, but who knows? Certainly never encountered him out there. Hey, there's a skyward. That'll be 4. Wasn't there another tent out here? No? Oh. Way up in the corner. Thought I'd picked up wood. Okay. Oh, and we got a project to turn in. Hopefully it's the raid, because we gotta start another one. Alright, here's number 4. It's got good stats for what I want too. It's speed and intelligence. This is what I want the occultists all built for. I just want them all to be sweepers. Super fast and really high intelligence. Try to kill all the enemies before they ever get to take a turn. Was there something I wanted to check? Oh. That doesn't look like it went up. Oh, yeah, right. We gotta turn this in. Yeah, it was the raid. There's a costume in there too. Something with an A. Maybe. Alright, we're just gonna keep going to the Blood Grove. Just need 2 more. Those Watchers had some kind of decent options as well for using with the Occultists. They seem like they're really spell damage heavy. Hey, there's a Skyward right there. And intelligence heavy as well. But by the time I looked at them, I'd already basically settled on the Vulpus. In some ways, having everybody on the team fused with an identical creature is kind of nice, because it's a lot less planning I gotta do. But Black Ice, no, sorcery. But it just made choosing which specific trait we were gonna have a bunch of difficult. I think I had a list of like 8 of them that all look pretty good. But I've had experience with the that casting at the beginning of the battle stuff with our first team there, and that worked real nice. So I feel like building a team around that concept and merging it with something I've wanted to do for a while was a good opportunity. hoping the new team will function a bit better than the apocalypses as well. I love them conceptually and thematically, the way that we put them together. But as I've said before, in practice, they just weren't getting the performance I wanted out of them. And I do think a chunk of that was because by their nature, you want them to be building their strength over time. And it just means it takes longer to get through fights sometimes. But this new group should have pretty high clear speed, because we're going to be casting tons of spells right at the beginning of the battle. And if anything survives, our creatures should be significantly more powerful after, because they'll get a bunch of bonuses from having cast many spells, and they get a bunch of different intelligence boosts for every spell that has been cast. Every time an ally casts a sorcery spell, they should get stronger, and so on. Not to mention the evoker specialization perks. As soon as we get... What, we just need one more Vulpus now? Because we already fought a couple here, so... We'll summon our 5th when we get back. And we just need the 1. Alright, last fight here. I had a look at the Paladin and the Siege Master before I'd made a decision on the direction I wanted to go with a new team. They had some pretty cool stuff there. The Siege Master was pretty cool. It had like a defense penetration on like all their attacks, which was sweet. I had been looking to potentially build the team around one of those new avatars we got, and our angel there had the trait where at the end of our creature's turns they'd defend. So I was looking into potentially doing something really like defense heavy. But we had just done the apocalypses, which were another one of those more drawn out fighters. So went with something quicker. All right, that's our. Let's check our menagerie. That should be our 5th one. Withdraw. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. One has low intelligence. Unacceptable. Ideally, they should all be careful. Low attack, high intelligence. Attack should be a dump stat for them. They are capable of, well, they will be capable of attacking 7 times, but their damage isn't going to be high at all. And since they're going to be immune to silence, they shouldn't ever need to attack. My priorities were getting immunity to silenced and making it so that they didn't consume spell gem charges, which they'll have both of. The Evoker looked like it actually had a perk where if you have an effect where you can cast multiple times in a row, it makes it so that the subsequent casts, the free additional casts, don't actually consume spell gems, which I thought was pretty cool. But we're gonna have the ability to just completely ignore draining spell gems at all. So it probably won't come into play. I mean, I suppose it would come into play if the creature holding the sigil of the occultist gets taken out, because then we wouldn't have that effect active. I don't think. Where is our oh, there it is actually. Right there. Beautiful. So we just gotta get out of here and summon that. Do some fusing. And then I'm going to have to make a bunch of new artifacts. Get those all out. Though they should largely be the same. I think I'm going to build them all for just intelligence and speed. So they're probably just going to be identical for that. The buff or debuff on damage. Ooh, Fanatic. Oh, I guess I won't even use those. I might just do spell potency and maybe extra spell gems or something like that. I'm not entirely sure what I want to do for those. Make those spawn a mimic if you get them in the right combination. And then we're going to have to pick out spell gems after that. You get Oscar. Not much. We're just about to go back in the town and start a new team with a new specialization. Just had to come out and get another summon out here. Better have an avatar. You know, I did. I was gonna even build it around one. Well, start with him and then build from there. But then when I went to look through specializations for the team, I found that the perks that we were getting from the avatar became kind of obsolete just from the specialization. So I really just want to maybe go back to the gate and try to get a bunch of the other gods and see if there's anything appealing there we can build a team around. That was my goal originally, was to build a team around one. We're going to do the Tamir Murgo, the fusion god there. What am I looking for? I don't really have like a solid idea. I was just going to look at anything that looked cool and build around that. There were some that I liked, but they were a little too similar to what we've already been doing, and I wanted to do something more a little different. So I was going to do a spellcasting heavy team. And Tamir Murgo seemed cool because it gives you immunity to silenced. But the evoker specialization also gives you that, so didn't really end up needing to do that. Wow, this map was really small. What the heck? That works for me. And we just finished the Fanatic specialization project. I'll almost certainly be using avatars for that, I imagine. Because that was avatars in Godspawn, right? Sounded like. There it is. As much as I check it out immediately. Okay, yeah. I'll go check. We gotta change our specialization anyway, so I'll check it out there. I'm gonna start these two just so I can get them out of our queue. Alright, let's switch our team as well here. One of its perks is far above the rest. Now I'm very curious. Okay. Yeah, the new team is going to be all occultists with the evoker. Fanatic. As a fanatic, you'll be able to take additional avatar creatures with you and empower them and their ultimate spell gems with potent magic. Fanatics also make use of Godspawn and create powerful synergies between them and their avatar allies. Ooh. I was thinking about that today too when I was looking through the avatars in Godspawn. I was wondering how well they sort of match up. Perks. After your avatar's attacks, your Godspawn have a chance to attack a random enemy. Can have up to 2 additional avatars. So what, half your party? You could do 3 avatars, 3 Godspawn or something. After your avatars are killed, they give a percentage of their stats. Oh. About 100% of their stats to Godspawn? 10% per rank, and there's 10 ranks. Creature's ultimate spell gems have more potency. After your Godspawn are killed, they're resurrected with half health and transform into their respective avatar. Wow. Start of the battle, your Godspawn gain their respective avatar's trait. Oh my goodness. Start of the battle, avatars gain random ultimate spell gems. Well, this seems really good with... a lot of this seems good with Tamir Murgo, because he makes it so your ultimate spell gems don't drain charges, right? Avatars are resistant to debuffs. At the start of the battle, your avatar's ultimate spell gems gain generous. Oh my god. After your god spawn attack, they have a chance to cast their respective avatar's ultimate spell. What the heck? After your avatars cast the spell, your god spawn have a chance to cast that spell as well. After your god spawn casts the spell, they have a chance to... Wait. Oh, this is when they attack, they have a chance to cast it. And this is when they cast, they have a chance to cast it. Oh my god. All avatars' ultimate gems have additional charges. After your avatars have been dead for 7 turns, they're resurrected with half health. 7 turns? Ultimate spell gems cannot be sealed. Yeah, that seems really crazy. And what, there's like 30 gods, right? That gives you a lot of potential combinations. You're doing 3 avatars and 3 god spawn. Definitely gonna have to build something with that. Let's change our clues. I'll just do a baby evoker. No. God, every time I change my clothes, it switches my team. Flop. Okay. Here we go. Now, we gotta use all these. Put everybody else in alphabetical order. There we go. Alright, delusion. Just gonna fuse them all with the, or choose the bottom left for all their colors. Two more. There we go. Our team of blue ladies. They're all life. Oh, I didn't think about that. Well, it's a good thing we're going to be able to cast sorcery spells with them. Yeah, we have 1, 2, 3 different effects that care about us either casting or having sorcery spells. Alright, let's have a look at our perks for this. Level all these up. So they're taking 10% less for each spell gem they have that does not belong to their own class. They're dealing 20% more damage for each spell gem they have that does not belong to their own class. Spells they cast. Creature spells that are cast in the same turn deal 50% more damage than the last. We can equip Chaos spell gems, Death spell gems, Life spell gems, Nature spell gems, and Sorcery spell gems, regardless of our class. We cast spells an additional time. Another cast. Extra casts no longer assume charges. We can equip 5 additional spell gems. Beautiful. Our creatures have a 25% chance to cast spells an additional time, which can occur repeatedly. Immune to silenced. Oh god, there's 100 ranks of this. Your creature spells affect stats 100% more. How dare they make you press A 100 times? Creatures, are you kidding me? Okay. Creature spells heal 100% more health. Giving my thumb a workout. Your creature spells deal... Oh my god. Man, they really want you to earn this, huh? Gonna play some SIRALIM yourself? Yeah, no worries, man. I'm sure if I was watching somebody else playing SIRALIM, I'd want to have it on as well. It happens with a bunch of different games. Start watching somebody play it and you're like, I think I'm gonna play that. Got the itch. Creature spells have 5 additional charges. Probably don't need that so much. Yeah, and our spells are dealing 100% more damage. Okay. Ranked up. So now we need to make our artifacts. I already have one staff started. To 4, 5, 6. I'm actually going to remove that from that. A lot of pressing A going on here. Oh my goodness. We have about 500,000. 200,000. It's about 300,000 to go from 40 to 50 for a full set. Good to know. And then it's 25,000 for each of these to get the nether stone slot. Alright, so we're just going to do... Oh, actually, I'm curious what their base stats are looking like here. Intelligence and speed, intelligence and speed, intelligence and speed. Yeah, it's intelligence and speed across the board here. Like I said, I just want them to hit fast and hard. I think I'm just going to do... You know, it seems to me that using the half and half ones here, or like the split increases, are better, right? Because, like, say we did intelligence, it's 59%, but if you did intelligence and speed, it's 36%. But if you add a second one, well, I guess, I don't know, like if you added 2 of these, if you are going to split it between different increases, like this is 72% to each, versus if you did 1 intelligence and 1 speed, which is only 59% for each. I guess if you're just looking to load up on a single stat increase, it would make more sense to just do the 1. But yeah, it seems like if you're gonna split it, it's almost better to do both. I think I'm gonna do this though. Yeah, we'll just do that for each of these. I'm glad we don't seem to ever need to farm these things. We always have hundreds of them. Definitely don't use them often enough to need to go out and acquire more. Alright, so for their trick slots, I'm not really sure what I want to do. I'm tempted to just do potency. Well, yeah, let's do 1 potency in each. Around 20,000 of each of those. Oh my god. Can you sell those or like break them down at this thing here? I've never actually used this thing before. Destroy an artifact, destroy a spell gem. Turn my resources into a different one. Doesn't seem like it, huh? 20,000. Oof. And then for the trick slot. Give a use later. Look at more than you need. Unless you're changing every 5 floors. Yeah, right. That's what I was thinking. I've got quite a bit built up here. Even this damage reduction one I've got here, I only have 30 of, but that's still 10 sockets. And that's because I just used a bunch of those for our Apocalypse theme. So, I mean, we could do more slots, but I seriously doubt we need to. We're getting 5 extra. I could do buffs. Crit chance, damage reduction. Dodge chance. I'm not going to do any debuffs. Agile. Immune on damage. Could do proficient. Just make their artifacts even better, if I remember correctly. 30% more benefits from stat slots. Yeah, so it just increased their intelligence and speed. Not the worst. Protected. Rebirth would be nice. Huh. Interesting. Rebirth. Shelled. This segment of team building is going to take a little while. Once we get this figured out, we're going to have to go check out their spell gems. And they're going to have at least 8 spells each. So strap in. Barrier. Defensive. Take 50% less damage. Percent of the achievements? Let's see. 16. It's so low. I forget how many hours I've got on this now. I think it was like 200 or something. New picking up. Wow, 84. Hot dang. Hey, you put ours together and we're at 100%. I'm tempted to give them rebirth. But 50% damage reduction isn't bad. hardest part is getting 100%. Defeating Muse on level 50. Oh my god. Yeah, she one-shot me yesterday on 5. Feel like I'm a ways out from that. I really should do either Protected or Rebirth. I mean, heck, we could do 3 with Rebirth, 3 with Protected, and see which of those works out better. Since we don't have anything invested in durability, it would be nice for a 50% damage reduction. Let's do Protected. They should get it pretty consistently. Only a 19% chance, but they should be casting like 7 or 8 additional times. Okay. Now, I have no clue what we're going to do for trait slots here. Y'all are going to have to just bear with me while I have a look at our options here and take some notes on which ones I like most. I'm not going to read every single one out loud, but if I see something I like, I may. This creature has 5% more intelligence for each spell that has been cast by all creatures. Oh, this is the Ruby Carbuncle's trait that I was talking about earlier. It's too bad it's just for that creature and not all creatures. The start of this creature's turn increases your other creature's intelligence by 15% of its own. Your creatures cast a sorcery spell, they gain 40% intelligence. That's one we already have. That's from the Zealot Occultist. After your creatures manually cast a spell, they cast a random spell from the same class. Yeah, maybe. I'm mainly looking for stuff that benefits us from casting spells in general. Manual casting is fine, but I would prefer it just be something more like this, where it's an increase based on just how many times spells have been cast. I'll write this down, but I don't know about that one. Speed. Afflicts enemies with blind. Your creatures deal 75% more damage when it's not their turn. Interesting. That would probably make their start of the battle spells more powerful, right? 75% more damage? Creature spells are 100% more potent. I have a chance to fizzle. Eh. Trait is epic for mime. Oh, is that the one where you're like copying everything your opponents do and stuff? That would make sense. Before this creature dies, it casts 3 of its spells. Maybe. Hey, mime, if you want the world's longest battles. Oh, God. Believe it or not, I don't. Though I am curious now what that actually entails. 100% more stats other than health, but it's a chance to lose its turn. Oh, we have the Skyward Vulpus's trait here. When this creature casts a spell, the spell's potency is 100% to 200% of its normal amount. I'll write it down at least. This was another occultist one, but I left that one out of the party because it gives us charges on our gems, which we should not need, since we shouldn't be expending charges. This creature deals additional damage equal to 5% of the damage your creatures have taken in the current battle. No. No. After this creature casts a damaging spell on an enemy, the target loses intelligence equal to 100% of the damage dealt. Kind of interesting. Write it down. This creature attacks and casts spells 2 additional times, but it can't gain buffs. Isn't that just what War Golem does, but without the penalty? Pretty sure War Golem is they attack and cast 2 additional times. He was on my list too of things that I might potentially fuse the whole party with. After this creature casts a spell, your creatures gain 15% defense. Oh. Could help our durability. These are all diabolic. Got a lot of those. the start of the battle, your creatures gain Chaos Bolt, which deals 100% more damage. I wish it said what Chaos Bolt does. At the start of this creature's turn, it casts Fireball. I don't know. That's just... Oops. Sorry about that. It's kind of fun. This creature deals additional damage with attacks and spells equal to 25% of the total damage the enemy has received in the current battle. At the start of this creature's turn, it reduces the enemy's intelligence by 15% of its own intelligence. That's kind of interesting. Your creature... Oh. Creature's attacks deal additional damage now. After your creatures gain attack, intelligence, defense, or speed, they gain 20% of that amount. That's max health as well. At the start of each enemy's turn, this creature decreases their speed by 20%. Meh. %15 more stats for each other creature with this trait fighting on your side. That's really interesting. You'd have to get a bunch of these though. Gonna have to find who drops that. The potential thing to build a team around there. Creatures share 5% of their speed with each other. This effect is not applied to creatures that have this trait. At the start of this creature's turn, it has a 50% chance to cast Submerge. Your creatures cast life spells as though they have 100% more intelligence. Well, that's interesting. Be good if that was sorcery instead. Your creatures can target invisible enemies. Your creature's spell gems that have the same name as this creature's spell gems deal 75% more damage. If we're giving them very similar loadouts, that might be really nice. Creatures' cascading spells now consume 2 additional charges while they have over 50% of their total charges. Like sand. Let me refresh myself on what that means. Spell gem property, cascading. Spell's potency is increased for each charge missing. Oh, okay. Magnetic. Magnetic might also be nice if we're going to use a lot of similar spells. Be 90% more damage for each spell that we had with the same name. When your creatures cast a spell, they have a 50% chance to cast it an additional time. I mean, I'll write it down. We already have so many casts. I think we're at 7 additional casts at minimum right now. Here's the masters that we're going to be using. Well, these are all the same, right? Yeah, so why don't we just socket the 2 that we know we're using, which are the Master of Occultists. Yeah, if our whole party are Occultists, their spells consume no charges and cast 1 additional time. And then we need the, what was it called? Valiant something or other. Valiant Heart. Creatures attack and cast an additional time for each creature with the same secondary fusion fighting on your side. So that's 6 additional attacks and cast, and this is 1 additional. So we just need 4 other ones. Creatures deal 75% more damage with spells that don't belong to their class. I think we definitely want that, especially if we want to cast a lot of sorcery spells, because they're all life right now, so their sorcery spells would get 75% more damage on top of all of our other bonuses for them. This creature has a 20% chance to take an additional turn for each minion it has. I've never seen that before. I wonder who drops that. Yuck. Creature's spell gems have a 50% chance to cast an additional time. Creatures at... Oh, man, if this was this creature's attacks... I mean, no. If this was your creature's attacks, use intelligence instead of attack to determine damage. I might actually do that, because then we could make use of our extra attacks as well. Creatures take 4% less damage for each non-ethereal spell gem they have. We should have at least 8. So 32% damage reduction. I'll write it down. Oops. If we get anything that can increase our number of spells even more, get that closer to like 50% damage reduction, I'd be all over that. 32's not bad though. Your creature deals 6% more damage for each creature of the same class fighting on your side. 36% damage. Eh. We have some 75% damage increases available that I've written down here, so probably don't need that one. After an enemy dodges, this creature casts a random spell from each class. Nobody should be dodging since we should be casting spells constantly. Oh my god. Your creature's first three non-ethereal damaging spell gems have a 20% chance to be cast automatically at the start of the battle. This is the Terra Vulpus ability that we were using on our first team, which influenced the setup of this team. So we'd have a 50% chance for each of the first 3 damaging spells for each of our creatures to go off, and then we'd also have another 20% chance. That just seems insane. So that's probably going to end up in there. Basically making a coin toss for each of their first 3 spells. And then we got a 20% chance after that for each of them to be cast as well. At the end of your creature's turn, at the end of your creature's turns, this creature casts a random spell. Okay. A random spell. Life creatures and beacons always have Berserk. When an enemy life creature would heal one of its allies, it heals one of yours instead. Purity and emptiness, Berserk. Isn't that just like a 50% damage increase? Interesting. I'm gonna write that one down. After an adjacent ally casts a spell, this creature casts that spell as well. We have too many options here. After your creatures manually casts a spell, this creature deals damage to all enemies equal to 35% of its intelligence. Yeah, I guess I'll write that one. Your creatures deal 6% more damage for each creature of the same race fighting on your side. It's another 36%. Nice. This creature always has protected and repelling and defends at the end of its turn. Oh, that's a Crusader one. Ooh. Almost at the end. We're in the S's. At the end of each enemy's turn, this creature decreases their defense by 15%. Nah, we don't want anything going off at the end of an enemy's turn. We shouldn't be getting turns. When your creatures automatically cast a spell, they have a 5% chance to be considered manual casts. I don't think we have a lot that requires manual casts. There are some. We do have 2 of them. It's at least worth putting on the list. I don't think it really matters enough to take up a socket, but write it down anyways. Creatures deal 50% more damage to targets that are above 90% health. It's only 50%. I mean, not bad if we're looking to do as much damage as we can before anybody gets to take a turn. It's not the worst. Your creature's chance to cast twice spell gem properties now activate 1 additional time. Get even more casts. I'll write it down. The thing is, we're going to be casting spells so many times that I really don't know that I'll need to stock any of those casts, a chance to cast twice materials. Yeah, here's that War Golem trait. Attacks and casts 2 additional times. It is the same as that fairy one, but the fairy one makes it so you can't gain buffs. One's just better. I
After your creatures manually cast a life spell, they gain a random buff. See, this would be nice if it wasn't manually. Because then we could potentially get a ton of triggers. Okay, so we've gone through all of the traits. I marked 2 as things that we're almost certainly going to want. Let's revisit those 2. Actually, let me really nerd it up here, and I'm going to assign a value to each of the ones I wrote down and see which ones I like best. Won't have to do as much back and forth stuff. Annex. It's not great. Fossil of water. I think that's even worse. Autonomous intelligence. No. The start of this creature's turn. The start of this creature's turn. Yeah. Bombshell. That was the extra damage when it's not their turn. Okay. Meh. Cripple. I don't hate that. Be nicer if it reduced defense. Oh no, this increases our defense. Dragon's Rage. Nah. The start of this creature's turn, it reduces enemies' intelligence. Nah. They cast life spells as if they had 100% more intelligence. Well, that's pretty good. But it only affects life spells, obviously. Lab Assistant could be good, but it depends on how we're set up. Limitless. Metaphysics. That one is nice. Naturalization. It's just damage reduction. Yeah, okay. Palladium, I think I'm actually gonna just sock it right away. I think that was the best one I wrote down here. Purity and emptiness. That was the beacon one. Yeah. I mean, it's a 50% damage increase with the added bonus of getting to steal our enemy life creatures' heals. I think that's pretty good. This one's kind of interesting. Oh, Pyromaniac. It's manual casting. If this wasn't manual casting, I might actually use that. Super fluidity. There's the chance to make them considered manually cast. %5 chance. And touched by the gods. Okay. Alright, well, let's drop all of the lowest things here. So we have 3 choices. I'm gonna go back through the ones I like most. Okay, so what was the purity and emptiness? Naturalization. Metaphysics. Don't belong to their class. And a lab assistant. If we do a lab assistant, then I would want to do the magnetic spells. I do kind of like that idea. Infusion.
Okay, I'm gonna look at metaphysics and naturalization one last time before I decide on whether or not I'm gonna drop them. 75% more damage with spells that don't belong to their class. Be kind of nice to pair this and infusion, because then our life spells would be 100% more intelligence, and everything else would have a 75% damage increase. But that takes up 2 of our 3 remaining options. We'd have to either sacrifice Purity and Emptiness or Lab Assistant. But we could do that. Purity and Emptiness is a 50% damage increase across the board. It's not conditional. You'd compare that to the other options here. So this is 75% damage, but only if other creatures have those spell gems. Creatures' spell gems that have the same name as this creature's spell gems deal 75% more. This is 75% for spells that don't... Well, okay. So I'm just going to make a decision to add Purity and Emptiness. For that, it's a smaller damage increase. Not by much, but a 25% difference. But it's non-conditional. It's just 50% more damage. Plus we get to steal heals from enemy life creatures, which is just fun. And then our final 2, we'll have to decide which of these we're doing. Naturalization. Damage reduction. Would be nice to grab some durability increases here. Or we could just go completely into damage and do metaphysics and the probably infusion for the 100% more intelligence on life spells and 75% more damage on everything else. I mean, 100% more intelligence. Because it's probably either going to be that or Lab Assistant. Now, this one is too restrictive, I think. Yeah, I think we're just going to do this. We'll do the eyeball for infusion and then metaphysics. Okay. And then there's spell slots. I don't think I've actually put a spell gem in any of those spell slots for our artifacts yet. But I'm aware they're there. Okay. So now we need to pick spells. This is gonna be, you know what? Let's take a break and go out and make some progress. Take a break by doing something. Let's go to the menagerie, assign these as group 4, and let's go back to our Shadow Hulks. Oh my god. This drives me insane. Okay. Do the... You see what I'm talking about? Every time I change my specialization, it switches me to the other group. I think we need to switch specializations first to prevent that. So here, we got the Occultist with us. Specialization, Defiler. Swap to Abominations. Okay. That should work. Now if I go to switch that again, it should have the Occultists on the Evoker. Yeah, there we go. That's better. Okay, let's do 2 rounds. We'll do a boss battle. And maybe do some Gate of the Gods fights. Go to Eternity's End and try to get our occultists back. Oof. Yeah, we gotta pick out 8 spells for each of our dudettes. Warlock of the Woods. I want their spells to be... There's a few. I want them to have at least one of each class. And then I probably want them to have maybe a couple sorcery spells. And then some life spells. Like I want to kind of maybe mix an even amount of sorcery and life, and then also have one of each of the other classes. Mort the Shade Master. How can you kill that which you cannot see? My shades will decimate your creatures before they even know what hit them. Oh, these are new. War. Ew. Hey, stop being... Well, we could dispel, but I think we can just use affliction. Yeah, there we go. So they're all built around invisibility, it looks like.
If all the creatures in your party are shades, they gain invisible at the end of their turns and have a independent 100% chance to dodge while they have this buff. They seem like they'd be good if you have a way to get scorned on enemies really easily. I don't think we fought that Radiant Amaranth before. Or not scorned. Silence. Because if you can prevent your enemies from getting, or from being able to cast spells, then they would have to attack you. And if you're invisible, they shouldn't be able to. I haven't been here very often. I feel like we ran through here a few times. Like just after discovering this place. I don't think I've been back more than a couple times since. It's going to be nice picking out spell gems for the occultist though, because since we don't consume charges, we can just ignore how many charges the spells have. A lot of the times I'll see something with like a single charge or whatever, and I'll be like, well, sure it does massive damage, but you only get one cast of it. But we shouldn't have that problem. Should be able to cast it as many times as we want. 7 times after the first. For free. These things annoy me with their high defense. After it casts a spell, your creatures gain defense. We had some long fights against these with this party a while back. I think we're much better equipped to deal with that now, though. And made adjustments after dealing with that. There's a celestial occultist. When we'd had one of the avatars lined up to be fused into that occultist team, I was going to give it to the celestial just because I thought it was thematically appropriate. But then I removed it. Whoa. Hey, look who it is. I hate when they go first and then they run away. It's like in Pokemon Gold and Silver there. You'd be chasing those legendary dogs around and start the battle with them. After you finally track them down and then they just run away. Oh, those are nice. Is that it? That's probably it. A small map. Yep. Alright, and we'll do one more go through here. Do that boss battle. And then it's back to the menus. But once we get those spell gems, we'll be good to go. We'll have everything ready to get out there. I'll have to remember to level them up too. They're all level 1 still. Oh, I might need to look at their personalities as well. Ideally, they'd have extra intelligence, less attack, or at least extra speed, less attack. But I don't know what I've got for tomes. I'll have to give that a look. There's our boss battle. Bushido. Mirror of reflection. Keep running into the disciple occultist. I don't know if we've seen the spider or the viper yet. Not that I recall. I do need to do some of these candle summons. Can we get any occultists yet? Probably not. No. We do have S rank with all of our abominations. I don't know if I ever pointed that out, but they're there. 3 of their cards. I was working on the apocalypses. Guess we could summon those. There's the spider occultist. Inquisitor Master. We'll have to do a... Well, I guess we have done
minion builds, but not yeah, we only did it with the demonologist, which didn't actually use most of the minion like synergies and spells, because we could only use those specialization specific minions. But we'll have to do some kind of necromancer team or something as well. I've been talking about wanting to do something with the Crusaders since like the beginning of the game. But I do look at them every now and then and consider what I might do, but they're kind of odd. They're not like, they really don't have a super obvious setup to them. Like some of them have effects that trigger off of attacking, so there's that. But then the rest of what they do is really just like durability buffs. Just makes them harder to kill. So it almost seems like they'd be a better like secondary fusion or something for the increased durability. Maybe on a I forget which specialization it was, but there was one that was about like enhancing your buffs. Maybe that would be good, since they do have a number of ways to just have certain buffs. But yeah, I don't nothing really obvious stood out to me about them. They just look really cool. Alright, we almost done here? Nope. Hey, Deceiver. What's up? This should be our last battle before the boss here. Found all the skins. Oh yeah, definitely. I was just getting the last one before stream started. I have no idea how many of those there are. I imagine there's a stupid high amount. Even if there was one for, you know, only one for every race, that would still be at least what, a couple hundred maybe? No, I don't know how many races there are. 1,200 monsters. Huh. Oh yeah. Did your holiday shindig? We did that yesterday for my family. And then I think our extended family's getting together tomorrow. More than 10, less than infinity. Yeah, somewhere in there. That guy is not taking damage. Oh, that's... I forgot we're in a nether boss battle. That's Myrtle, not just a random cruncher. After a creature is killed, it gains 50% of their stats. It's immune to damage while its allies are alive. Well, thankfully, it's got feared, so that shouldn't be an issue. We could panic attack. Who needs to die here? Maybe that one. Get rid of this guy first. Lucked out and got shelled and rebirth for our realm buffs. They're almost there. Yeah, always handy. Whoa. Oh, right, we're gonna steal all those stats. Bilious Shadowhook is gonna be stupid strong. He's confused though, that's dangerous. Can we... Let's dispel. This came 97,000 health. Dude, it's up to 231,000. Not even full yet. Okay. Now we can kill the turtle. Nice when the letters start popping up. Yeah, exactly. Ow. Just died. Brown bear. Oh, a new painting. Waterfall. Ooh. Big beetle. Okay. That was the boss. So now we're going to switch back to our new team we're building and figure out what spell gems we're going to bless them with. I have a general idea. I mean, the first 3 slots of their 8
are going to be damaging. Oh, right. Yeah, you weren't here for that, Deceiver. Yeah, so the goal today is to finish this new team. We're doing Evoker specialization with a full party of occultists. And they're all fused with a Vulpus that gives them a 50% chance to cast each of their first 3 non-ethereal damaging spell gems. So each of them has that. And we have the... Oh, we can equip these. We have the trait here, Valiant Heart, which gives all of our creatures an extra attack and cast per creature that shares their secondary fusion. So they should all be able to cast their spells 6 additional times. Yeah, beautiful. Yeah, so they're super fast. They should hit really hard, and they should just cast a ton of spells right at the beginning of the battle. That should just kill everything, ideally. We don't have a lot of durability, but they're just totally spec'd into damage. So we'll see how they do. Oh yeah, I wanted to look at their personalities. Creatures. Oh yeah. So health down, int up, health up, attack down, okay. Alright, none of them are intelligence down, which is the only thing I was really concerned about. We have 2 carefuls, which is nice. Attack up, speed down is pretty bad. Let's see if we can change that one. Oh wow, we have 5 of these now? Well, that makes that easy. So who needs this? Oops, oops, oops. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I'm just gonna do that. Oops. Okay, so they should all be careful now. Yeah. Nice. Okay, so I need to look through what we do again, just so I can refresh myself on what we're looking for spells here. So sorcery spells obviously are going to be good. Whenever we cast a sorcery, 3 random enemies get a random debuff. We get 7% more intelligence for each non-ethereal sorcery gem. Each of us have equipped up to 3. Yeah, I'll level them up before we go. I suppose I could do it now and just skip. When they manually cast a spell. No, we don't need that. Okay, here's another sorcery one. After they cast a sorcery spell, they gain 40% intelligence. Yeah, so we have some reasons to use sorcery. These are all the same. Our life spells are cast as though we had 100% more intelligence.
And everything else that isn't life gets 75% more damage. So yeah, it seems like sorcery is the main class we should use, but we should have some life mixed in there too. Yeah, let's do our level ups while we're here. Then we shouldn't have anything else to do after. Wow, almost 1300. Okay. So I think what we should start with, this drives me crazy because I mean, this is a good thing, but the fact that you can change the spell gems to a different class means that we could just look at the entire list and consider them sorcery if we wanted to. It gives us so many options that it becomes overwhelming. But I know that we want at least one of each class. Oh, let me confirm how many gem slots we have here. 3. Back to the game is okay with thinking. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the amount of customization you have access to is amazing, but it can be overwhelming. Usually it just means I gotta spend a lot more time staring at words, which is what I was doing before I started streaming, and we just built the artifacts for them too, and that involved a lot of staring at like 6 different options and trying to choose which one I really wanted. So we have 8 spell slots. And our first 3 are going to be the ones that they can cast at the beginning of the battle. The other ones won't be able to auto cast at the beginning anyway. So we should probably just do something that's like devastating or massive damage. Maybe with sorcery. Unsealed spell gems. That'll be a good one to have. Could put generosity on that. Enemies take a large amount of damage and are afflicted with blind. Ooh, conductive chains. Did enjoy that one. Target takes a moderate amount of damage and all your creatures recover health equal to 100% of the damage dealt. Grab one of those. We don't have any healing, but we'll have access to some really powerful life spell healing. The last 3 spell gems that were cast by any creature in the current battle are cast again in your favor.
Grab a greater dispel. Target takes a small amount of damage for each creature fighting on your side that belongs to the caster's race. 100% of the damage is based on the caster's highest stat. I do have one of those already. Enemies lose a moderate amount of intelligence and are afflicted with silenced. Enemies take a small amount of damage, plus 10% more for each ethereal spell gem the caster has, up to 200% extra. I don't know how many ethereals we'll end up with, but I'll grab that. Target takes a small amount of damage. The amount is increased 10% for each charge the spell gem has. The 180% more damage. Only a small amount, but I'll grab that. Enemies take a massive amount of damage. That might be our big winner. Might give everybody that. And then we could put magnetic on it. Like we were thinking about doing with the laboratory assistant or whatever it was called. Yeah, I'm really looking for like a sorcery spell that deals massive damage would be ideal, and we don't have to care about the charges because we shouldn't be using any charges. And this will cast 8 times per creature that casts it, but I think that should be sufficient. I would hope. No. target's been resurrected, it's killed. I'll just grab one of those. Alright, and then let's look at our... I'm curious what they have for damaging life spells here. Small amounts of damage. Moderate amount. Enemies take a moderate amount. Agent or reference list that gives a number for each of them. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think I've seen that. I haven't checked in a while, but I have a general idea of what they were. I think small was like 80% of the stat or something like that. Yeah, I'll have to look at it again. Target is killed then resurrected. No. Although this is kind of funny if used with that other spell that outright kills a target if it's been resurrected that battle. Just do this and then follow it up with that to kill him off again. Enemies take a small amount of damage. Your creatures recover a small amount of health and gain a small amount of max health. Enemies take a moderate amount of damage. Cast a number of times equal to the number of times your creatures have resurrected. Oops. We could do Scourge spells. I was already planning on doing a team that was built around Scourge.
but it does seem like these are a good choice for what we have here. Yeah, there really wasn't a lot of damaging stuff here. Falling feathers. What was the other one? Holy explosion. Let's do... $5 hours later. Wow, it's been that long, huh? We took a break and ran through a couple realms after we finished the artifacts, because I needed to get out of menus. And then we came back here to finish our spell gems. So, but that's the last thing we need to do. But we have 8 slots for each of these to choose. So, it's requiring a lot of and we can choose any spell gems. So, there's just so many choices here. But they're all getting this one at least. That's one. We have some other good looking stuff picked out though. Honestly, I'm curious just how powerful this will be just with a steel storm here. Okay, so now we need... I wish this did something else in addition to damage. I mean, I guess we could... we could change... We could buy another steel... Can you do that? I've never tried doing this. Hold on, let me test this. If we buy a steel storm and then we upgrade it to 5 and then we enchant it with life class. Is it going to let me put that in there? No. Okay. Just wanted to check. I was thinking we could do 3 steel storms, but these 2 would be different classes. But no, it looks like you, regardless of what class they are, you can only have one of a spell. It was an idea. Large amount of damage inflicted with burning. Okay, so there's 5 Scourge spells. Does any of our stuff discriminate against non-ethereals? I mean, ethereals outside of this ability here. Let's see, sorcery spell, casts a spell. This has to be non-ethereal sorcery. Spells consume no charges. Okay, so the only things that really matter for that are the this one here and the Vulpus's abilities. So we want to have ideally 3 sorcery gems. That are not ethereal. What else do we have for damaging sorcery gems? If there's nothing good here, then we could convert a different class to sorcery. Moderate amount of damage, then it bounces around. I did like that one. We could maybe do that. Nice wolf bite. Why do I have those? Yeah, maybe maybe we do conductive chains for their second damaging spell. And then we could do like a single target, maybe. We have one that affects everybody. One that hits a target but then bounces around to random targets after. Maybe we'll do some kind of single target one for that. Ignores 50% defense. Ooh. Something like that would be nice. Honestly, anything that reduced defense and did damage would be really cool because we'd be hitting them multiple times with it. We get a bunch of triggers on it. Some kind of stat reducer that also deals damage. I don't think I saw anything like that in sorcery though. Stoned. Something that inflicts a debuff would be nice. Yeah, maybe we'll look for something that's, rather than single target, something that damages the whole team.
and then either reduces stats or inflicts a debuff. I'm not sure which specific debuff we'd really want. But we can see what we have for options. Silenced. Yeah, I'm not really seeing any. Gotta do damage. It has to do damage in order to be cast at the beginning of the beginning of the battle. So that is a condition. All creatures take massive damage. No. Can actually use arbitration without having to deal with their 2 charges. Probably put generous on that. Generosity. Enemies take a moderate amount of damage and have a 10% chance to be afflicted with silence, burning, and feared. Oh, it can be cast manually. 30% chance to cast at the start of their turn. No. If there was something like this that hit the whole enemy team, I would definitely do that. Target takes a large amount of damage and all other enemies take 30% of that damage. That's not bad. We definitely do not want inner destruction here. Be wiping our own party. Because I have seen this. I have a lot of experience with this being combined with those Vulpus traits to auto-cast. They will make our creatures cast this at the beginning of the battle. They will die. Target takes a small amount of damage. The amount increases 50% for each time it's been cast in the current battle. Ooh. Might be that one actually that we do. That'll get really strong. I mean, 7 additional casts. Be 450% more damage by the end of its first casting. Maybe. Target takes a devastating amount of damage and loses a small amount of defense. How are you going to take devastating damage but only lose small defense? It's only one charge, which is nice. Usually the amount of, the lower the charges, the more valuable the spell has been deemed to be. But we don't have to care about that. Enemies take a large amount of damage. Enemies take a moderate amount of damage twice. Target takes a moderate amount of damage and loses a small amount of attack, intelligence, and defense. That's more like what I was looking for earlier. I don't think there's going to be a lot of death stuff here that we really care about. Oh, but that, where is, oh, this one here. Massive damage. Enemies are afflicted with weak and vulnerable. That might actually, that might be better than Steel Storm. But we'd have to turn this into sorcery in order to get the most out of it. I mean, we still have bonuses to casting death spells, but we get more out of sorcery. Could do both. Could have Steel Storm and Rapture. We just have nature left here. large amount to the target. Bounces around, reducing 15% per bounce. Target and all enemies take a devastating amount of damage. Damage is split amongst all enemies. It's devastating, but it gets divided. Your creatures cast the spell gem in their first slot when those spell gems are sealed. Enemies take a large amount of damage and have a 50% chance to be frozen. That's not bad. Enemies take a moderate amount of damage that ignore 30% of their defense. Moderate. Okay. So yeah, I was thinking maybe Karmic Retribution. Orbital Strike, though. Oh, hey, Ryu. Yeah, we're just about to finish our new team here, picking out our spell gems, and then we're done. Abominations are still alive and well. Well, as alive as they were. We're actually just using them to clear a couple more realms. But I wanted to try something new. Going with the Evoker with a bunch of occultists. Enemies take massive damage. I don't know, Orbital Strike cast 8 times seems pretty good. Devastating damage. Let's look at those numbers. Is that in this? Infinite gem charges? Yeah, from, what is that, from our mastery?
in the reference list. Okay. I think it's... No, this one. Yeah, their spells consume no charges and cast an additional time. Reference list. Probably under... Oops, not spells. Forget what I'm looking for. It's not in spells. Not in properties. What if an elf comes? I guess we cry. We'd probably cry. I'm pretty sure there's a satyr like that too, isn't there? Stops you from casting multiple times or something. Okay, potency. Devastating is 150%. Minus 40% damage 10. Yeah. I think we do gotta do that. Small is 90. And then it gets... What did it say? 50% more per cast? The thing is that Karmic Retribution could be much stronger than Orbital Strike once it's cast a couple times. But Orbital Strike ignores damage reduction. Well, 40%. So, and it reduces their defense as well. So Orbital Strike does get stronger as it casts as well, up to a certain point. I think we're going to do Orbital Strike just because I find the idea of casting Orbital Strike 8 times to be very entertaining. Yeah, devastating damage. They lose a small amount of defense. Now, do we want to change these to sorcery? Or keep them as... We probably should. I don't know. Let's just equip them. Figure that out in a moment. Oops. That ain't it. Okay, and the only other thing is I wanted to check is if we wanted to do something other than conductive chains. Moderate damage twice. Prefer it be something that hits everybody. Oh yeah, there was Rapture as well. We could put that on our first occultist, because after Rapture casts once, it's just Steel Storm again, because the enemies will have vulnerable and weak after the first cast of it, and then it's just doing massive damage. I would like the debuffs. Getting vulnerable on them gives us 50% more damage. So we could We could drop Steel Storm on this one. Give it Rapture, and then the others could just have Steel Storm. Could do Consecration? No. Requiem? No. What was that? Chastise. It was the one where they all take damage and we gain health and max health. Resplendence. Enemies take a small amount of damage. The creatures recover a small amount of health and then gain a small amount of max health. I don't want to do that. We could gain a lot of max health. And it's a heal. And we're casting life spells as though it's 100% more intelligence. I suppose we could do conductive chains on 3 of them. And then could do the resplendence on another 3. Not like they all have to be exactly the same. So we'll do honestly, I'd rather put the more damaging ones up front. Conductive chains, and then these 3. We'll do resplendence. Okay. So we need at least 1 nature spell and 1 death spell in each of these. Well, I guess it's different for each. These guys need nature and death. This one needs... No, these 2 need everything but chaos and sorcery. And this one needs life and nature. We will do our... Let's see. I want one of these to have Greater Dispel. One of them to have Contagion. One to have Requiem. Fail-safe occultist that attacks enemies or anti-spell. Yeah, I mean, potentially. What is the elf that is so problematic? I'm not as familiar with elves. Really haven't fought a ton of them. Let's see. Defend ignored. Dodge.
buffs and debuffs. Doesn't look like any of the elves, at least the ones I've seen, do anything for that. But I know the satyrs, elf dragon satyrs. Yeah, there's nothing that the elves had that I've seen that are an issue. Satyrs definitely are more problematic, but we're still capable of doing a lot of damage with just a single spell. Even if we don't get the extra casts. Dragons, I would have to look at. Yeah, let's check dragons. Salamanders, shuffle your ethereals. Okay. I'm not planning on having a ton of ethereals, just some basic support ones. But we'll see what we end up with. I wasn't gonna like lean really heavy on them. Looking for dragons. There they are. Defends and provokes. Gains a buff for minion. After an enemy casts a spell, reduces our intelligence. Okay, well, so for this one of our occultists prevents our intelligence from being reduced. So that'll counter that. We shouldn't be attacking. Reduces speed on crits. As if we dodge. Yeah, I don't think anything here is too problematic. This absolutely would be a pain if we didn't have that. Which one of these is it? This one here. Yeah, intelligence can't be reduced. I was going back and forth on whether I wanted that one, but glad I chose it. We have a few ways of gaining intelligence here, so I just wanted to make sure it didn't go down. Turtles do something nasty. I know they can seal your spell gems, which is a problem, but actually that was another gem I just picked up. Let's see. I think it was sorcery. Made it so it unlocks unseals all your spells. What was that called? Of course, if that gets sealed, I'm sure that's an issue. Where is that? This one? Yeah, your creature's spell gems are unsealed. Oh, this can't be sealed. Perfect. Yeah, so resurrection, dispel, anti-minions, anti-sealing. I still got two for those down there. Is there another thing I wanted to put generous on? Generosity. Oh yeah, arbitration. Removes buffs, and we gain those buffs. I have that and greater dispel. Yeah, we got a contagion here. We're gonna put generosity on that one too. We had added greater dispel, contagion, and I think some resurrection ability. I think we had done Requiem, but I switched it out for another one on the abominations, and the added utility really came in handy. I definitely cast that greater dispel quite a few times yesterday. Okay, there's gotta be one more here. You use it a lot. Yeah, I mean, it definitely helps get you out of jams. Sometimes you lose momentum and you can't seem to get it back. Yeah, right. Yeah, you weren't wrong. It's great. Target takes massive damage. Oh, actually, was there... The target's been resurrected, it's killed. I think I might fill the rest of their slots after this with just Scourge spells. And I'll maybe swap them around with other things after. Mainly because I just want to get out there and try this team. And really just the first 3 of their abilities are the ones that matter most. Because those are the ones that are going to get cast for free. The other stuff is just kind of an added bonus. The last 3 spell gems that were cast by any creature in the current battle are cast again in your favor. Maybe. Moderate attack. Elemental Barrage. What one was that? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I do like this one. I'm not sure if I want to throw Generosity on it and use it here, or if I want to add that in the other 3. Explosion, Resurrection. Archangel's Blessing. Attack speed and health. Not a must-have or anything. Yeah, I mean, it seems pretty fun. I think when we were doing the Demonologist, we had some effect. I think it was Satanachia, the minion, cast the last 3 spells that were cast. We had that going on each of our creatures every turn, which was pretty fun. Led to some really nasty turns. Removes a debuff. Oh no, not that one. Summon Horde. Yeah, it was really nice. Target's debuffs are removed and given to enemies at random. Targets. Creatures gain a stack of zombies. Is there a minion that does any kind of damage based on intelligence or something? I don't really want to dip into minions, but I am curious. Yeah, Satanachia here. This is what we were using. Cast the last 3 spells creatures cast in the current battle. And if you have a creature of each class in your party, you start with this on each of your creatures. Oh, Microbots does this. Illusion. Not seen that one. Animated weapon. Animated gem. I would love an animated gem.
Well, okay, let's just let's craft some Scourge spells. Fill these in. Gonna do 6 of each. So this one definitely needs Scourge Nature. It needs Scourge Life. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's got all of them. This one needs Scourge Life. Scourge Chaos, and Scourge Death. Nature. Oops, not Chaos. Life. And that one. We're just trying to make sure that we have one of each class of spell gem. And we want 3 of each, or 3 sorcery spells, rather. We're gonna need one more here. Death, Nature. And that's all of them, but we need sorcery as well. Same thing here. Okay, so this one needs one more sorcery spell. This one's good. Although if I want to change Orbital Strike to sorcery, then we don't need some of these. I don't think I'm going to, though. I might do it later, but I'm not going to do it now. Yeah. Alright, I'm just gonna fill in these with whatever Scourge spells they don't have now. These are just placeholders. Yeah, I'm eager to test them out. Like I said, the first 3 spells are really the ones that matter most. All this other stuff is just bonus spells. But we get advantages for having these spell slots filled and having different classes in them.
So it does benefit us to do this. Okay, and then we've got what, 3 left here? 2 left? Celestial, Zealot, no, just 2. Okay, so we'll give him Scourge Chaos, and then this one, let's do Elemental Barrage. And now we gotta upgrade these. We're just gonna do the non-Scourge ones. When an enemy casts a spell, it has a 35% chance to be interrupted. Is that on a, what are those things called? The, like, pterodactyl type things with the big beaks. You got the big arms. They do a lot of that interrupting, right? Yeah, tremors. We should be okay given the volume of spells we cast, though. Because we're getting 8 casts at a time. Unless interrupting the first one just shuts down all the follow-ups. Then that would be more of an issue, I guess. Oh, we gotta do these 2. Okay. That should be it for levels. Now I just want to put generosity in some of these. Generous. It is generous. I have 39 of these. Yeah. Putting out elemental barrage with it too. Not Rapture. Requiem. That was it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can there be 6? Oh, Greater Dispel. Was already fully upgraded. Okay. Arbitration. Astral Dimension. Here we go. And then I just want to throw some simple stuff on these. Orbital Strike. I really want to just have like stupid high defense pen. Oh, we should have magnetic on some of these. Maybe all of them. How many of these do we have? 45? I don't really need it on Resplendence. It's not there for the damage.
But we could put it on chains. And orbital strike. What else would I put on this? Damage increased. Defense pen. Cast on extra. How much is the damage increased by? 53%? But this is... It doesn't say how much actually. What is it? 75? Nope, not here. Magnetic. 15%. Oh, for each creature with that same spell equipped. Ah. Okay. That worked differently than I thought. But that does mean if we put it on Orbital Strike, it'll be 90% more damage. Kind of means that I don't want it on Conductive Chains, actually. What else do I want on here, though? Probably Defense Pen again. Nothing to sneeze at. Yeah, right. We could do Defense Pen and... Chance to cast twice. Chance to cast twice. When we're casting it 8 times? Doesn't that mean it would cast 16 times? Because this would trigger on each cast, right? It does use up charges, except that casting spells does not use up charges for us. So I think we'd be fine. I'm gonna try it. Yeah, there's a lot to remember about these. I gotta keep remembering what kinds of things we're capable of here. Well, I'm gonna leave Magnetic on, I guess, and then just do not as much of a bonus, but we'll do Defense Pen and chance to cast twice. And then Resplendence. I don't even know if I want to. Healing increased. Well, maybe. We could do kind of the same idea, but instead of magnetic, do... We could do stat change increased, healing increased, and then chance to cast twice. Okay, those are the seconds. And then the only thing we got left is Orbital Strike. For this one, should probably do Cast on Extra Target. And Defense Pen. No, Magnetic here is... Oh, okay. So actually, I want to take out this damage increase because this is only 53%. Magnetic is going to make it 90%. So yeah, let's do magnetic and then defense pen and cast on extra. Magnetic pen extra. Okay. We only have one Scourge sorcery. Alright, well. That should be it. Pretty sure. Don't think we got anything else to do here. Generous. Oh, Rapture. Got one more. This is gonna, oh, we're not gonna do magnetic on this one. Because I have this instead of one of our orbital strikes. So actually our total damage increase from magnetic is 75%. But this one we'll just do the normal damage increase with pen and cast. Oh no, this is in place of what? Oh, Steel Storm. Oh, those are they're not even upgraded. Dang it. We do have to upgrade those. So close. We'll probably just do cast twice. I don't see why not. Okay, Steel Storm. These can have magnetic pen and cast twice. Okay, this time for realsies. Yes. Oof. Okay, their personalities are all careful. They all got their gear on. Oh, we don't have relics on. We can go grab one of those. They've all got their first three fully upgraded. They got their bottom ones with generous. And they got a bunch of scourges. Let me double check to make sure we have all the classes on here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. And we're fully leveled. So we're getting 10% less damage for each non-ethereal spell gem they have that does not belong to their own class. Does anybody have more than one? Okay, he's got 2, 1, 2, 2, 2. Most of them have 2 lives. So we're actually suffering a penalty for having these scourge deaths on there. Might need to swap those out. Again, those are placeholders. because we can get up to they have 8, so 70. We could get a 70% damage reduction if we only have 1 life gem. We're dealing 20% more for each that doesn't belong to their own class, so that's 140% more potential damage. Even more reason to get rid of those. Spells that are cast in the same turn deal 50% more damage than the last. Cast 1 additional time. I'm excited to see them in action too. I think we're just going to use it. I'll mess with those Scourge spells after. It's not a big difference. It's only going to be 20% less damage on one of them and 10% less damage reduction on that same one. Just going over what else we have here. 1 extra cast. Extra casts no longer consume additional charges. That's nice in case our Master of Occultist holder gets taken out, I guess. 25% chance to... Oh, I forgot we had this. 25% chance to cast spells an additional time, and it just keeps going until it fails. Immune to silenced. Spells that affect stats. Spells affect stats 100% more. Oh, that'll be nice on Orbital Bombardment. It's the only thing I think we have that cares about that. And this will be good for whatever that life spell was we put on everybody. I can't believe I always forget what that's called. And we deal 100% more damage. And we get more charges. Like that matters. Okay, let's do our... Yeah, Resplendent. Resplendent... Where did that go? Oh yeah, these guys. Resplendence. Yeah. Alright. This here. Attune. These aren't going to matter a ton, I don't think. But we may as well put them on. Scorned. Blighted. Bleeding. Attacks or is attacked. After this bearer attacks or casts a single target spell on an enemy, the relic attacks that enemy. You can put that on the first one there. Attacks or is attacked. After its bearer attacks, it afflicts blighted. I don't really love that, but we'll put it on anyways. Okay. I think we are finally ready to take this out and immediately get humbled by something I didn't plan for. Okay, let's do this thing. I'm gonna save. Go versus centaurs. That is the only thing I was thinking when you were bringing up the other stuff there. It was the only thing I considered that I might not have a direct answer for, because it's just that one that has the when we cast spells he attacks us, right? That should be an issue. But I think the rest of them would be fine. Oh, it's manual only? Well, perfect. We shouldn't even be casting manual spells. The battle should be over right away. In fact, let's go to the Blood Grove and maybe we'll run into him. Just to see. Oh, right, and as satyrs. Perfect. If we can get through here fine, then we should be good everywhere else. Well, certainly not everywhere else, but most other places. Alright, I'm just going to let this play out on its own here. Okay. That was a ton of damage. I'm not used to seeing numbers like that. Let me look at the history there. Yeah, 758,000. Not exactly the kind of numbers I was seeing before. That was a crit though, but still the other things. Even 272,000 is a lot compared to what I've done in the past. That was on a single cast. Yeah, I could always use the divination candle. I really got to get my knowledge up on a lot of those. Here, let's go right into a centaur. Right into a fight against these. Oh my god. That was a mini boss battle. Just one cast. Calming as shades. Was. Yeah, being the operative word. Steel Storm. The era of boss deletion is upon us. Hey, who knows? Maybe I'll be able to kill Muse in the Gate of the Gods with this. Might be getting ahead of myself. Oh, here's some satyrs. I mean, we have proven that one cast is sufficient. Oh, we got chains on that one. Well, I'm enjoying the amount of damage I'm seeing here. Gonna have to turn the instability up. Yeah, looking good so far. Now I'm just curious what I'm not gonna be able to delete like that. Need to find out. Alright, here's another mini boss. This thing's casting first. That's what all of our occultists are fused with. It's the first thing to do damage to us. We got a master up here. Ouch. Now, I was thinking maybe damage reflection was going to be a big deal because we do a ton of damage and have very little damage reduction or anything in way of defense. How many levels? I think it's 5 because we just fought a boss. It's going to be a little bit. Oh, this will be interesting. Are they going to cast first? Ooh. Ouch. Okay. Oh, but we still get our casts, even though he killed us. 0 damage. Okay. I lost a couple there, but that was honestly kind of expected. As long as one of them survives, we can bring them all back. I'm gonna start speeding through here. At least we can inflict debuffs when we do that too, even if we're not dealing damage. I don't even think the back half of our party's been able to cast a spell yet. Candy cane. Okay. That was not bad. Definitely impressed by the damage. And the durability is about what I expected. Basically don't have anything contributing to that. We do have the 70% damage reduction from the specialization, and is there another? Did we choose another thing for that? Maybe not. Damage, intelligence, damage. Nope. Yeah, I really didn't do like anything for durability on them. And let's go to where else? Well, instability 5. We could try. We'll go to a. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Forgot you got to set that before the level. I'll go up to 2, and then I'll go up to 4. I might just go to 3 and then go to 4. The abominations did fine on 2 and 3. I'm sure these will be fine. Glass cannon shatter can't be helped. That's very true. All it's going to take is one effect that reflects damage back to the whole party and will probably explode. But I might be able to do something about that. Hound Master. That's why we love him, yes. Very true. Let me just rip through here. Crank up the instability. Would be a good test to how fast we can clear just holding A down. Okay, they lived. And they died. That's what's really scary to me, is that we're clearing in a single cast because we have so much damage. But the whole thing I built the team around was casting a whole bunch of times, which we can do. We just don't often seem to need to. Have blue by half 65. That's a good idea. Now it up there. Vulpus colors on. My God. Gonna have to get a costume for myself to match. Just put on the default evoker look. Only allowed one, but I haven't tested. Can you fuse avatars with another? I haven't tested that either, but I know you can fuse, or at least I heard you can fuse avatars with other things. So I would imagine you could fuse two together. Fuse a gun, spawn in an avatar. Yeah, you should be able to do both. And then from what it looked like with that fanatic specialization, you can do quite a bit more than that with the two of them. Finally unlocked that today. I do want to make a team with avatars and god spawn. Just gotta get my hands on more of them. Yeah, Fnatic's can have up to 3. Curious if Fnatic or Royal is stronger. Yeah, I've been wanting Royal since I read the description for it in the projects for a long time. Actually, I'm working on one of the two like hard mode specializations you get there. Pariah and the other one. Just to get him out of there so I can get to this. Okay, let's do, well, priorities here. Let's have a look at our costumes. I do have a alternate costume for the evoker as well. Bushido we just got. Child of Frogs.
for any blue things here. Wait, where did the evoker go? Oh, here it is. This was the other one. I don't think I'm gonna do that one. Rogue. There's a purpose for unlocking Brian to powerful matter for a long time. Oh, okay. That's cool. Yeah, I figured they were just a hard mode type thing. Dude kind of looks like Jace from Magic. Kind of close to what I'm looking for, though. Rogue is... yeah, it's not really the right blue. It's more of a... what do you call that? Teal, maybe? Kind of matches. Get to the gods. You can go for the bonus now. You need to ascend them. Then you get a special perk for each that always works, regardless of what spec you are. Oh, okay. That was what the extra perk was there. I read about that in the codex, but it didn't specify what the perk was. Cleric. Dream Shade. That's cool looking. Not alpha in combat. They're only with resources. Nah, I'll get there eventually. It's fine. It's too bad that it's not combat oriented though. I could do a Hatsune Miku type thing. It's still not quite the right color. God, this game is hard. Rhinoceros. Hear about the new patch in the next game they're doing? No. Was that just announced? Haven't heard anything about it. Read the blog post. Oh, okay. Warlord Blue. It's still not. Yeah, let's just go back to the Evoker. We'll do this one. Oh, instability. 3. Oh no, I didn't read it that way. Oh, repelling. Well, should be interesting. Well, this will be a proper test then. We'll do instability 3. While this loads, let me see if... I don't have it here. Yeah, that's where I was just checking too. Whoops. Do you follow them on social media or something? Or is it on Steam and I just can't see it in my library posts? This will be a real test. Everybody's got repelling. Ah, you saw a post on Reddit. Okay, okay. Yeah, I'll have to read that. Well, probably post-stream. I'll often follow those kinds of blog posts for games that I get really into, so. Come on now. Let some of the damage through, buddy. Oh, we can't. We can't. We can't hurt this guy yet. He's got I forgot about this one. Wow. We got I don't know why I'm saying we got. He has immunity to spells while he's got 90% or more health. How do we kill this? I think we just have to attack it. Oh, and we're weak to him. Okay, these guys are an issue. Of course, once he gets to his turn, he's probably going to take a ton of damage from those debuffs. There we go. $6.8 million? That was normal damage. What? Oh my god. $6.80 million. Ooh. But our spells get stronger for every spell that's been cast. So that's probably why. We got another storm here that doesn't want to take damage. Oh, that was 1.5 million. God, that's a huge health boost. Didn't heal though. It's a place to start. Yeah, I mean, it's the first draft. No new to content coming. Go to the a few hundred creatures and 10 specs. Bug fixes and quality of life. I really haven't, I don't think I've had any bugs or anything in this game. We had one issue a while back where I loaded into a realm that I was unable to complete the quest on, but that was it. I can't think of any other issues I've had. Since we started, well, since literally today when I was decorating, I noticed that the game is loading and saving a lot slower after I put all those decorations up. If something got upgraded for that, I would be pleased. Apparently there's some traits that don't quite work the way they should. Oh, okay.
these conductive chains aren't quite doing what I want them to. Might switch those out for something. At the very least, they're a way to pop out a bunch of debuffs. Yeah, who can tell what's happening? Oh, we just actually had a turn. Oh, and our gems are getting sealed? Gems sealed after casting. Delightful. I forgot about that too. When we manually cast spells, one of our occultists cast magic missile as well. Yeah, I can just unseal them. I just figured I'd cast Steel Storm and end it. This is a good test here though, because everybody's got what is it called? Repelling. Like a 50% chance to ignore damage from spells. And it's sealing our spell gems after we cast, so that really works against us, but we're doing just fine. Fighting satyrs. We're not just a glass cannon, we're a glass machine gun. Glass auto cannon. Pew pew. Ent master. Look at those intelligence buffs every time we cast a spell. Was that 13,000 or 1,300? It's probably 1,300. Oop, oh, 17. No, that was 17,000 every time we cast Steel Storm. No wonder we were doing millions. Alright guys, I think they're dead. Oh, they're probably about to resurrect. Yep. Yeah, so now we can... Actually, if we just do Elemental Barrage, that'll work. I think. Unless it only counts manually cast spells. It must be. Must be manually cast, because she didn't cast anything. Gained a ton of intelligence, though. Didn't get enough punishment. She's up to almost 400,000 intelligence. For perspective, we're base sitting at 50,000. That was from casting a spell that didn't do anything. Let's do our Astral Dimension. Get those unsealed. Magic Missile's doing 1.5 million. 8 times. Why are we casting this so many times? Oh yeah, right. She casts it 8 times. Steel Storm. There we go. Oh no, we consume 3 additional charges. But not really.
That Resplendence is working out nice. Biggest fan of Tribalist ready teams I've ever seen. I'm surprised. I mean, there's so much they offer for building around specific tribes between the Tribalist specialization and all the mastery sigils you can get there. Some of them are really nice. I mean, the one we have here is giving us that thing that prevents us from using charges and gets us an extra attack. Or cast, rather. And I've played a lot of Magic the Gathering and Yu-Gi-Oh! And I've always built around like themes and archetypes. Not always, but it is my preference. I like having a sort of a common concept to build around, like aesthetically and mechanically. One of my favorite Magic decks I have is legendary humans. So every creature in there is a legendary human. All 5 colors. The deck is really nice. Okay, that went really well for a 3. We could do a 4. End of turn attack, 2 extra max trait, 2 extra traits. Resistant to debuffs, reflects damage. Okay, I'm curious to see how reflects damage works here. I actually think we'll be fine against reflect damage. It seems like when we deal damage, we kill whatever we hit. So, as long as we're hitting the enemies with AoE attacks, we're probably just going to be losing 1 for like every 3 creatures we kill. Should be fine. Yeah, see, she died there, but took out 2. She died, took out 4. Mixed race teams work best on focusing on one race. Every race seems to have a couple duds. Yeah, that's true. I have definitely noticed that with even the abominations that we used last time. I replaced one of them that just had a trait that didn't do anything for us with just a copy of one of the other ones because it had a much better trait. And that ended up working out fine. Yeah, there's definitely some creatures I've seen that have been like, ooh, even though that's not part of the race of those creatures, it would work really well with them. But the thing is, they've got, like, between the fusions and the traits you can put on artifacts, you can really get a lot of coverage if you're looking for traits just out of those. So you could use your primary fusion to just unite them with a race, and then everything else you can add in after. Personally, never run a team based around a master trait stone. Oh, really? I just thought they were interesting. Ooh, that was a cool looking cultist there. I really like the abominations one, giving them giving enemies weak and vulnerable all the time, so they can't take it off or anything. Combined with those instant death effects, if they have both, it's pretty nice. Not like super overpowered or anything, but a neat experiment. Got me further than any of the other stuff I've used. Poison Fall.
Got a waterfall and a poison fall today. I don't know where I'm going to put those. Hey. Completed some missions. Oh my god. Oh, it was a Sparktail. Those are going to be an issue. Well, we found one thing to be concerned about. Yeah, anything that's going to hit us with thorns, specifically our entire party, that's going to hurt real bad. Which one was that? What did his trait do? I hate those Sparktails. Hated them with our other teams too. Sparktail. This guy? After he takes damage from spells, it deals... Yeah, so that will definitely kill the heck out of us. I don't really have an answer for that either. Unfortunately. And the scary thing is, it's not like I can control what spells are cast at the beginning of battle, so I have no say in whether or not we'll die to that. Well, that's something to consider with our second draft of this team. It would be nice to have some kind of resurrection trigger. Where like if we get party wiped, if one of them died, they like bring the rest back or something. I've seen a couple things like that out there. Might be able to drop some of our damage. I mean, basically all of our traits that we added in give us a bunch of damage, so we could remove one of those for something like that. Oh, it's another one of these stupid clouds. These are another annoyance. There's a spell for that. One that like resurrects everybody when the bearer dies. When you die, you revive. Oh, cool. Is that a dodge shop thing? I don't know if I saw that one in the... Wow, that was a lot of dodging. In the list we had. Why are they dodging so much? 66% chance to dodge. That'll do it. It's in life. I'll have to take a look at that. This is not... Oop, there we go. Really just need him to get to his turn. Pew! Can we, I hate when certain combos of realm properties stack up like dodge, bad luck. No additional attacks and cast. Yeah, those dodge ones are really annoying when you're attack heavy. Hear what I'm looking for. Oh yeah, spells. See if that was in here. Debuffs removed, gain shelled. Might be something I just don't have. I haven't bought any spells from the any of the god shops yet, so maybe it's one of those. I don't see it here. Oop, no. Yeah, not in that list anyways. Womp womp. But we got a boss battle too. Oh boy. Yeah. Maybe I'll check out some of the life class god shops and see if it's there. Sounds like something that would be sold. That would be great though. Nope. Oh my god. There's so much overkill going on here. Oops. On one hand, their clear speed should be really good, but if an enemy resurrects, we have to go through all of these animations. Although I guess we could turn that off. I just prefer to have it. I always do that. Holding that button for too long. Goodbye. Watching that orbital bombardment hit them once and then just keep firing and firing is kind of funny.
could try using disintegration arrow to just prevent the target from resurrecting. Something like that. Even just getting one of those on one of these ladies might be nice. Like I said before, we have all those Scourge spells on right now, but we can replace those with anything. Might throw one of those in there. Oh, forgot to turn in our projects. Pretty sure we went back after I completed those. Well, maybe not. No, that might have been here. That's what I like to see. So-and-so cast a spell. Battle's over. Alright, are we ready to fight this boss? One more spot here. Nothing. Alright, here's our first nether boss. We're on instability 4. Uh-oh. Oh, these guys go before us? Don't like that. Well, that's one of our weakest damaging spells. It's doing pretty good damage. Orbital strike to death. That devil's not taking a lot of damage though. Oh, dang it. Is this the one that's strong against life? Ah, that would be why. Cast magic missile on the wrong one, buddy. Did that say... I thought there was something about a treasure golem in that thing I just picked up. What was that? I swear it said treasure golem. Lizard Wizard's Tome. After you defeat a treasure golem, your creatures gain several bonuses for the rest of the time you're in that realm. Oh. Huh. Weird. That's neat. Now where's our teleporter? 3 projects to turn in. Everett. Experiment. Forage. And deprived. Let's start Pariah. And 2 more. I want to do the projects for... I'm pretty sure there's 2 god spawn that I have access to. I just got to do the projects for them. See which ones we don't have here. Emly, Grommet, Linta, and Tissia. Oh, okay, so it's just Elcor. Keyforge. Prophecies. We're still waiting on that raid. And we could do the candle while we're getting that one. Where's our... Oh, and we need to get the... This was the other one. I'd already started it. Alacadan. I have to see where that was for. Yeah, we're close to that one. Alacadan. Gonna be anything over 20? Probably not Zante. Erebus? No. Well, maybe. Erebus? I don't know which of these belong to who. Let me see. This is obviously to Miramar Go. I would guess that this is Dante. This is Mortem. And Zerethly, maybe? So yeah, it's probably Path of the Damned. Let's go there. I'll keep it at 4. I should have just checked how many emblems I have. Because I should have over 50 for the ones that I don't have. The God Spawn I don't have. Can do that on the... Yeah, check the emblems.
This is right here, though. Probably part of Tissia. I do have 55, but I don't think that's the one I was missing. I need the heart of Alacadan and Elcor. So I guess it wasn't that one. Currency. Dante Regulus. Not Apocrynox. Evidently it's not Erebus. Maybe it was Regulus. I'm pretty sure they tell you where the heart is from when you go to take the project, but it seemingly does not tell you after you've started it. Alright, ladies. Let them come back to life. Those two are dying of blight. Why are we gaining debuffs? Oh my god. Just orbital striked herself. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Oh yeah, it is. Never mind. Field. Ugh. Snapdragons. Huh. Uh-oh. Okay. Spectres have a possibility of being dangerous because we do increase our intelligence a lot. I'm pretty sure there's one. Pretty sure there's one of them that attacks you when you gain stats. Hey guys. You're all dead. Great. Ow. It looked like they made one of us attack our party. I saw a steel storm get cast on ourselves. Glass cannons indeed. Well, even better, we can try to find that heart now. Arachnid nest? Yeah. We did spend a lot of time here last night. I think that was probably it. There it is. Oh my god. Sounded like a phone ringing. What the heck happened there? Happened again. We got some kind of thing that's causing us to cast on our own people. Unless we started with confusion or something. I guess confused is going to be a big issue. Although that is another thing we can get rid of. Yeah, that was quick. Not in the good way. Let's see what happened there. Yeah, so the Spellbinder was confused right from the beginning. Cast conductive chains and killed everybody. That's an issue also. I'm pretty sure I saw something. It was either I think it was a trait that I had for an artifact that made us immune to confused. But that is something we could add in there. I'm gonna make some notes. Things I might want to change here. Because we need something to address confused. And we need that resurrection thing on death or something. This is the trial phase where we just find what kinds of things we're severely weak to and try to do some tweaks to deal with that. Why am I here? Talk to you. Lakadan. Great. I'm not gonna start another... Oh, we do have two more. Well, I wasn't going to start another one until we finish our prophecies. Yeah, whatever. I just want to... Oh, first of all, look at Lakadan. What does he do? Huh. After he manually casts a spell, he also casts a random avatar spell. Okay. That's neat. He's pretty cool looking too. After he manually casts a spell. Huh. Alright, I just want to... I'm gonna put this down to 2, just so it's still on. And, where do we need to go for this? I just want to get through 2 levels so we can finish our prophecy card here and turn that in, and then we can start new projects. I'm looking for projects. Heart of Elcor. Elcor. Who dis? I don't know. We just went to Regulus. What else is over 20? Erebus, Mortem, Regulus, Threthly, Tamir Margot, Zante, This was the spider lady. Temermogo, Mortem. I think this was... Oh, maybe that wasn't Zante. This is Death. Oh, this must have been Erebus. This might have actually been Serathli. So maybe it's Zante. Go check Zante. Oop. Yep, it was he. Cool. Oh, and there's a exotic over there. Been a minute. Pontiff of Luck. He has an 8-ball for a head. Repelling and immune. Dispel is sorcery. And when we find the candle, we just want to summon in a whole bunch of something. I don't know. Anything. We just gotta kill a bunch of groups. I would call in occultists, but I don't think we have enough knowledge of any of them to summon any. Sadly. There's the portal. Where is the candle? And these crafting stations we need to find. Alchemy stations. Oh, there's a map. Slimes. Pink and green. Yeah. Evil aura. What's an accessory? Nice. No green. Get favor if you do pink and red. Grimoires were my second choice for this party. It's either going to be occultists or grimoires. But, I don't know, some of the grimoire stuff seemed unnecessary. Felt like occultists did the job just fine. Raven Master. Like they would get the arcane at the start of the battle, which we don't need. And some of the other grimoires just don't really have anything to do with what I was trying to do. Like the Necronomicon. Cast your minion gems. It's neat, but don't need it for this team. Alright, what are we summoning here? I don't have the Vulpus that I wanted either. Well, we do have Spider Occultists, so that's something. You should go fast. We're just going to keep summoning them until we complete the prophecy. Oh, there's one more. I'll plan on wrapping up here in about 25 minutes. Turn of the hour. It's gonna be midnight here. I don't get why sometimes this spell does damage to everybody and kills them, and then other times it just keeps pinging people for 0. It's always been that way. Oh, that was it. See, it killed everybody there, but that one. Unless it gets weaker on each additional target. See, 26,000, 0, 102,000. Yeah, I don't know.
There's a couple up here. How many more times do we need to do this? We just need to kill 2 more. Come here. There we go. Alright, so we just gotta complete one more realm to finish our raid project. I'm gonna go back to Apocrynox because he's got the closest to 20 favor. I'll be able to get his God Spawn next. I think he was at 19. Might be able to get there with one more. Gonna keep it on 2. No, he's on 18. 18. Almost 19. Pick up one more of those air traps. There's one. Ooh, and we got a candle. That'll help. What in the heck is this? A gigantic pandemonium shrine? Never seen this. 100% more creature parts than dust. Sick. Never seen that. I wish I had all my projects going right now, but that'll help with the specialization one we just started. How do I not have wood? I just picked up so much stuff.
Where's the wood? Nice. Shield Bearer actually ended up working against his party in that one. It's doing so much damage that his whole team actually was taking damage from that. Usually it just comes up to 0. Onslaught system. Wow. Looks like a what are they called? Doom Knight? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. It's one of those. Don't. Oh boy. I don't like those. Dang it. Alright, I gotta turn instability off. I'm just trying to finish this. I just need to finish a realm. Those Sparktail engineers are not okay. Not that changing the instability would actually make a difference. Well, outside of they won't spawn here. I'll take that. I'll take 5 additional realm properties if they just don't spawn those. We definitely need something to address those. Not okay. Oh, we should get to 20 favor here. Over halfway to 20. Oh. And there's a candle. Oh, nice. And we got the Skyward Vulpus to rank C. And finally summon those. Vampire. I could probably take off the trait that we have that's giving us a
20% chance to cast our first 3 damaging spells. That's probably too much. We already have a 50% chance for all of them to begin with, so if we need to make room for another crate that helps us survive, we could get rid of that one. It's probably what I dropped first. Hey. Goodbye. At the end of your creature's turns, this creature casts a random spell. I think I have one of those already. Moustache. Alright, give me the dust I need. Thank God. Speaking of gods. Oh, we can't buy this yet. We gotta start the project. I don't like that you can't just buy these without beginning the project for them. Rather grab it while I'm here than have to come back. But whatever, we shall. Oh, gotta go in here. No. No. Not you again. Ratless. Why? GME suit. Alright, let's get the heck out of here. Turn this project in. And then we'll go to the reliquary. Spend some piety. There we go. I could do the arena battles, but I really just want to turn this thing in now. $21,000. All right. Let's. Looks like I was leveling this one. What was the other one I wanted to go up with next? Oh, maybe this one. Alright, we got Dusk and Dawn to 30. So now enemies with poisoned can't be healed. That's kind of cool. I guess if they don't have blighted.
Okay. Powered up. Are they casting at the beginning based on their speed? Seems like it. For some reason I was under the impression that they would go based on how they were lined up here. Evidently not. So the one at the front is actually the slowest. Well, let me just move them around. I had a couple things on the Celestial because I thought she was going to go first, but no. Let's put that one first. These three are all tied. Or no, these two are tied. This one is slightly slower, although that may be because it's not leveled up all the way. It's dumb, but I'm doing it anyways. Okay. Yeah, so these are all the same. This is faster, this is slower. Don't know how it decides which of these goes first from here, though. So this one's first, so I want to... Oh, but that's going to involve... Yeah, I'm going to do all that off stream. I'm going to have to do some reorganizing with their spell gems and stuff. Not going to do that now, though. Prophecies. Oh, yeah, let's start our projects. Is there anything we need to do? Training. One training. 2 raids. And that's it. Okay. Alright, well we can do a raid. What do we need for scrolls? Speed. Do a speed training. And one more project. Ooh, we started the Royal. Looks like that was everything. Oh, I'm excited for that. Been wanting that for so long. Anything else? Oh, you know what? Let's we got like 6 minutes left here. Let's challenge a god. When an enemy attacks or casts a spell on your creatures, ooh. I don't know about all that. Creatures are immune to damage that doesn't come from attacks or spells. Creatures can only take damage from one class at a time. At the start of your creature's turns, they gain stats equal to 30% of each of the enemy's highest stats. That's terrifying, but I kind of think they're going to die before they get to do that. Let's find out. won't be great if they do get that off though, because our intelligence goes up like crazy. They might hang in there. No, they're definitely gonna die. Oh, and they can't gain stats with feared, so that guy can't gain any. That bat stopped taking... It looks like they just stopped taking damage. Oh, he did gain stats. Even though he has feared. Maybe he got it after he gained it. There they go. Costume Alexandria. 10 emblems. And we can summon him. At the start of this creature's turn, kills the enemy's leftmost living creature. Enemies can't be resurrected. That doesn't sound too bad. I bet we'll be able to get through most of these with this party. As long as they're not like a hard counter to what we do. Like 40-80 seems like it might be dangerous. If he can just steal our cast and cast on us instead. But this seems fine. No damage. Wonder why the damage just starts to drop out. Where did the music go? An alpha plush. Alright, we'll do one more. Let's do... Oh no, we already did Apocrynox. Never mind. Let's do, enemies deal 100% less damage, but deal 1% more for each buff they have. At the end of each enemy's turn, they take damage. Sold. Probably won't have a end of any of our turns. Oh, there's paragons here. Wonder if that's the increased health and
decreased damage one or something. Yeah, it does seem like we just stopped dealing damage after a certain amount of casts, huh? Because we're not doing anything now. Oops. If there's a limit on how many times they can take damage, then kind of sucks for us because we'll end up with a lot of redundant attacks. Okay, let's look at the avatars that we just unlocked and then we'll wrap up there. Alexandria. After a creature gains or loses stats, its allies gain or lose 15% of those stats as well. In Alpha, at the end of your creature's turns, their turn counter increases by 3 additional turns. In addition, your creatures act as if they have 3 more buffs, debuffs, and minions than they actually have. That's kind of nice for the apocalypses. And then Arum. Your creatures can equip all spell gems regardless of their class. After your creatures manually cast a spell, they also cast a random spell from their spell gem list from each other class. Oh yeah, this guy was new too. Whenever it's the enemy's turn, any random effects that fail to occur are re-rolled an additional time. We didn't have any more God spawn now. Okay. I guess the very last thing we'll do is, this is usually what I do at the end, we'll just do any gambling dwarf prophecies we have here. Kino, Seropoli, just those. 1 Seropoli and 3 Kino. Even this takes a while to load. Come on. You can do it. Much as I hate to do it, I feel like I might need to remove all those floor tiles. I suspect that's what's slowing everything down here. Night, Rio. I'm about to wrap up myself. Thanks for stopping by. Gained 3 turns. There we go. Jeez. Alright, we just gotta do Kino 3 times and then we'll stop there.
Hmm. Yeah, this is way too long. You know, I haven't checked the shop here in a long time. I bet there's a whole bunch of stuff we can buy there. Let's see if removing these tiles speeds this up. I hope it does, otherwise I gotta put them all back down. Okay, yeah, it did speed it up. Definitely wasn't as long. Alright, last one. Okay. Let's save. Yeah, that's much better. Doesn't look as cool, but it loads faster, which I care about a bit more. I have to move some of these candles. Okay. We did it. I'm pretty happy. Oops. I'm pretty happy with how that turned out. The gals are definitely squishy, but their damage is insane. So that worked. We'll have to do some adjustments and see what we can do to increase their survivability. I'll have to have a good look through our different traits and see what we can do. In order to keep our sigil effect up, we have to have them all as occultists. And in order to get our our 7 or 8 extra, well, it's 6 extra attacks and casts, we have to have them all be, well, no, we don't have to have them all be Vulpus fusions. Skyward Vulpus. It just reduces the number of attacks we get, but we could actually afford to have some of them not fused with Skyward Vulpuses if it helps, because if indeed we can't deal damage past a certain number of instances, then we're just ending up with a lot of free attacks and casts that we don't need to be doing. So we could afford to reduce the number of extra ones by a couple. That would involve making a new occultist fused with something else. But we definitely have room where we can make some adjustments in there and get some different traits. Definitely have a lot of spell gems available and so on. So that should be fine. Alright, anyways, I gotta get my brain off of SIRALIM, otherwise I'm gonna be up another 2 hours on this thing. So tomorrow we should be back playing. Well, tomorrow is, well, I guess today is Christmas. Merry Christmas. I don't know what time I'll be back tomorrow, but I am planning on streaming. I think we're doing
Monster Hunter. So we'll be back tomorrow night in all likelihood for that. And then we're just alternating between that and Rogue Trader. And fitting in this wherever I feel like it. If we got a couple hours or whatever, might stream that here and there. But that won't be on the schedule. Anyways, thanks for stopping by, and I'll see you next time. Bye.